Tonight, before you fall asleep, I want to invite you to pause for just a moment, not to do anything, not to fix anything, not to improve yourself, just to be here, listening, breathing, allowing the weight of the day to slowly loosen its grip. Most people think that sleep comes when the body is tired, but in truth, sleep comes when the mind finally feels safe enough to let go. And maybe that is why you are here tonight. Perhaps today was heavy. Perhaps your thoughts kept returning to the same worries, the same memories, the same questions with no clear answers. Or perhaps everything seemed fine on the outside, yet inside there was a quiet restlessness you couldn't quite explain. In Buddhism, there is a gentle understanding. Suffering does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers softly through unease, through tension, through the simple inability to rest. Tonight's story is not meant to teach you something new. It is not meant to give you advice. It is not meant to push you toward becoming someone better. Instead, it is meant to help you remember something you already know, but may have forgotten in the noise of daily life. That you do not need to hold on so tightly. That nothing important is lost when you rest. That letting go, even for a few moments, is not weakness, but wisdom. As you listen, you don't need to stay alert. You don't need to follow every word. If your mind drifts, that is perfectly fine. If your eyes grow heavy, that is exactly as it should be. Let the story wash over you like a calm river at night. You can float or you can sleep. Both are welcome here. Long ago, in a quiet land surrounded by mountains and mist, there lived a monk who was known not for his knowledge, but for his deep, unshakable calm. People traveled far to see him, not because he spoke often, not because he gave long teachings, but because when they sat near him, their hearts began to slow down, as if remembering a rhythm they had always known. Tonight, I want to tell you his story. A story about rest. A story about impermanence. A story about what happens when we finally stop running from our thoughts and learn to sit beside them gently. As we move into the first story, allow your breathing to soften. Inhale slowly and exhale without effort. With each breath out, feel yourself sinking a little deeper into the bed. The shoulders relax, the jaw loosens, the mind begins to open like a door left unlocked. And now, let us begin Story 1. The monk who learned to rest. The monk's name was Ananda. But in the village below the mountain, people did not call him by his name. They simply called him the one who is at peace. Ananda lived in a small wooden hut high above the village, where the air was cool and the nights were quiet enough to hear your own breath. Every morning, before sunrise, he would walk slowly down the narrow path, barefoot, his robe brushing softly against the earth. He did not hurry. Even when others rushed past him, carrying baskets, worries, plans for the day, Ananda moved at the same gentle pace. Some villagers once asked him, "Venerable one, why do you walk so slowly? Aren't you afraid of wasting time?" Ananda smiled, not because he had a clever answer, but because the question itself felt unnecessary. "Time," he said softly, "is never wasted when the mind is at rest." Many did not understand his words, but they remembered how they felt standing near him, calmer, quieter, as if something inside them had finally exhaled. What most people did not know was that Ananda had not always been this way. In his younger years, before he became a monk, Ananda was known for something very different. He was known for never stopping. He worked harder than anyone else, thought more than anyone else, planned further ahead than anyone else. Even when his body lay down to sleep, his mind kept walking. From one thought to another, from one worry to the next, from yesterday to tomorrow, to all the things that might go wrong. At night, he would stare at the ceiling, listening to the sound of his own heartbeat, wondering why rest felt so far away. Does that feeling sound familiar to you? Ananda tried everything to quiet his mind. He changed his work. He changed his surroundings. He even changed the people around him. But everywhere he went, his thoughts followed. One evening, exhausted beyond words, he sat alone beneath a tree, his back against the rough bark, and whispered into the dark, "Why can't I rest?" There was no answer, only the sound of wind moving through the leaves, only the steady rhythm of night. And yet, something about that silence felt different. For the first time, Ananda did not try to fill it. He did not argue with his thoughts. He did not chase solutions. He simply listened to the wind, to his breath, to the quiet ache inside his chest. That night, something subtle shifted. Not all at once, not dramatically, but enough for him to notice. He slept, not deeply, not perfectly, but honestly, for the first time in many years. Days later, Ananda sought out a wandering teacher, an old monk known for his simple presence. Ananda asked him, "Master, how do I make my mind stop?" The old monk laughed gently. "Why do you want to stop it?" he asked. "Because it never lets me rest," Ananda replied. The old monk picked up a bowl of water and held it out in front of him. "Look," he said. The water inside the bowl was shaking, rippling with every small movement of his hand. If I demand the water to be still, the monk continued, it only shakes more. Then he slowly placed the bowl on the ground and stepped back. The water settled on its own. Rest, the monk said softly, comes not from control, but from allowing. Those words stayed with Ananda. That night, instead of fighting his thoughts, he sat with them. When worry arose, he noticed it and let it pass. When memories appeared, he greeted them and let them fade. He did not push anything away. He did not pull anything closer. He simply rested in the space between breaths. And little by little, the mind learned what the body had always known: how to lie down, how to soften, how to let go. As you listen now, you don't need to analyze this story. You don't need to understand it fully. Just notice your own breathing, the gentle rise and fall. If thoughts appear, let them come. If they drift away, let them go. In the next part of this story, you will hear about the moment Ananda finally understood that nothing lasts forever. Not pain, not worry, not even the self we cling to so tightly. And that understanding changed the way he slept, the way he lived, and the way he let go. But for now, rest here. Let the body sink a little deeper. Let the night hold you. As the days passed, Ananda continued to sit each evening just as the old monk had shown him. No force, no expectations, only awareness and breath. At first, his thoughts still came, sometimes loudly, sometimes softly, like visitors who had grown used to being invited inside. But something was different now. Ananda no longer believed that each thought needed an answer. He began to notice a simple truth. Every thought, no matter how heavy, eventually changed. A worry would rise, stay for a while, and then fade. A memory would appear, warm or painful, and then soften, like mist under morning sun. One night, as he sat watching his breath, Ananda heard the distant sound of rain. It began gently, a few drops touching the leaves, then slowly grew stronger until the entire forest seemed to breathe with it. He noticed how the rain did not ask permission. It came, stayed, and left. And in that moment, a quiet understanding unfolded within him. This is how the mind works too. Nothing stays, not even restlessness, not even peace. The problem, Ananda realized, was never the thoughts themselves. It was the way he held them. When he tried to push them away, they pushed back. When he clung to pleasant ones, they slipped through his fingers. But when he allowed them to come and go freely, they lost their power. In Buddhism, this is called impermanence. Not as an idea to memorize, but as a truth to experience, again and again, in quiet moments like this. Ananda began to sleep more deeply, not because his life had become perfect, but because he no longer demanded that it be. He slept knowing that tomorrow's worries did not need to be solved tonight. He slept knowing that even wakefulness is temporary. Sometimes he would wake in the middle of the night, as many people do, but instead of resisting it, he would simply notice. The body is awake, he would think. The mind is moving. And then he would rest inside that noticing. More often than not, sleep would return on its own, quietly, without effort. Years later, when villagers asked Ananda for the secret of his calm, he did not speak of meditation techniques. He did not speak of discipline or long hours of practice. He said only this: everything that visits you at night is passing through. Let it pass. Tonight, as you lie here listening, you may notice thoughts drifting in, plans, images, fragments of the day. You do not need to follow them. You do not need to stop them. Just remember, they are like the rain. They come, they stay for a moment, they leave. Bring your attention back to the gentle rhythm of breathing. Inhale and exhale. With every breath out, feel the body becoming heavier, as if the bed itself is supporting you completely. In the next part of this story, Ananda will face a moment that tests everything he has learned. A moment of loss that reveals the deepest meaning of rest. For now, there is nothing you need to do. Let the mind float. Let the body sleep if it wishes. One winter morning, before the sun had fully risen, Ananda was called down from the mountain. A young boy from the village stood at the edge of the path, his eyes red, his hands trembling. "The old monk," the boy whispered. "He passed away during the night." For a long moment, Ananda said nothing. He simply nodded and followed the boy. They walked in silence. The forest felt different that morning. The air heavier, the colors softer, as if the world itself was pausing to breathe. When Ananda arrived, the old monk lay peacefully, his face calm, as though he were resting between breaths. Ananda sat beside him. There was no shock, no confusion, only a deep, quiet ache. He noticed the ache carefully. It pulsed gently in his chest, not sharp, not overwhelming, just present. In the past, Ananda would have tried to escape this feeling. He would have distracted himself or buried the pain under thought. But now, he stayed. He stayed with the ache the way he stayed with his breath. He understood something then that words could never fully explain. Loss does not demand resistance. It asks for presence. The villagers wept. Some asked questions. Some searched for meaning. Ananda did not stop them. He did not correct them. Each heart must meet impermanence in its own way. That night, alone in his hut, Ananda sat beneath the same sky he had sat under so many years before. Memories of the old monk arose, his laughter, his silence, the sound of the bowl being placed gently on the ground. Ananda felt the pull to hold on to those memories, and then he let them breathe. He allowed them to appear and disappear, just as everything does. Tears came, not many, not dramatic, just enough to soften the heart. And when the tears passed, something remained, a stillness, wide, unbroken. Ananda lay down to sleep. The grief did not vanish, but it no longer blocked rest. It rested with him. This is the quiet truth Buddhism points to. You do not need to erase pain to find peace. You only need to stop fighting it. As you listen now, perhaps there is something in your own life you have been holding too tightly. A person, a moment, an expectation. You do not need to release it tonight. Just loosen your grip. Feel how the body responds when it is no longer bracing. Notice the weight of your head against the pillow, the warmth of the blanket, the slow, natural breath. In the final part of this story, Ananda will share one last teaching, not through words, but through the way he lives, a teaching about rest that needs no explanation. For now, allow yourself to be held by the night. Years passed quietly. Ananda grew older, though it was hard to say exactly when. His hair silvered, his steps slowed, but his presence became even softer. People still came to see him. Some arrived carrying grief. Some arrived exhausted from life. Some arrived simply because they could not sleep. They expected teachings. They expected answers. But Ananda offered something else. He offered stillness. Often, he would invite them to sit with him without speaking. At first, this made people uncomfortable. Silence has a way of revealing what we avoid. But slowly, as the minutes passed, their breathing changed. Their shoulders dropped, their thoughts loosened, and in that shared quiet, many felt something shift. One evening, a traveler asked Ananda, "Venerable One, how do you rest so deeply, even in a world that never stops?" Ananda looked out toward the darkening sky. He watched the first stars appear, one by one, without effort. "I stopped asking life to be different," he said. "I stopped demanding that my mind be quiet. I allowed things to come and go." The traveler frowned slightly. "That sounds simple," he said. Ananda smiled. "Simple does not mean easy," he replied, "but it is gentle." That night, after everyone had left, Ananda returned to his hut. He sat, he breathed, he lay down, the same way he always had. No ceremony, no struggle, just trust in the rhythm of things. This is how Ananda lived. And one morning, this is how he died. Peacefully, without resistance, like a breath being released. Story 1 ends here, not with a dramatic moment, not with a final lesson, but with the quiet understanding that rest is not something you earn. It is something you allow. As you lie here now, you do not need to become calm. You do not need to force sleep. Just notice what is already here. The weight of your body, the steadiness of the breath, the safety of this moment. In the next story, we will meet a woman who carried fear into her dreams and discovered that fear dissolves when it is gently seen. For now, let Ananda's stillness linger with you, like a soft echo, like a fading bell. When fear visits at night, there was a woman named Mira who was afraid of the night. Not the darkness itself, but what arrived with it. When the world grew quiet, her thoughts grew loud. During the day, Mira functioned well enough. She worked, she smiled when expected, she completed the small tasks of life. But when night came, something tightened inside her chest. As she lay in bed, images appeared uninvited, moments from the past, fears about the future, questions with no answers. Her body was tired, yet her mind refused to rest. Sometimes her heart would race for no clear reason. Sometimes she felt as if something bad was about to happen, even when nothing was wrong. Does this feel familiar to you? Mira tried to fight the night. She distracted herself with sounds. She stayed up late. She told herself she was being unreasonable. But fear does not dissolve when it is argued with. One evening, after another restless night, Mira walked aimlessly through the city as the sun began to set. She found herself in front of a small temple tucked between quiet streets. The door was open. Inside, a single lamp glowed softly. A nun sat nearby, sweeping the floor slowly, each movement careful, unhurried. Mira hesitated. Then she stepped inside. "I can't sleep," Mira said, her voice barely above a whisper. The nun looked up, her eyes kind, unafraid. "Then you are very awake," the nun replied. Mira didn't understand what that meant. "I'm afraid at night," she admitted. "I don't know why. I just feel unsafe." The nun set the broom aside and gestured for Mira to sit. When fear comes, the nun asked, what do you do? I try to make it stop, Mira said. The nun nodded gently. And does it stop? Mira shook her head. The nun smiled softly, not amused, but understanding. Fear, she said, is like a child knocking at the door. If you pretend no one is there, the knocking grows louder. If you open the door gently, the child often quiets on its own. That night, the nun taught Mira something very simple. Not a chant, not a mantra, but a way of sitting with fear without becoming it. As you listen now, notice your own body. Is there any place that feels tight, restless, alert? You do not need to change it. Just notice. In the next part of this story, Mira will learn how to sit with fear without feeding it, and how compassion can soften even the most restless nights. For now, let your breath slow. Inhale gently and exhale fully. You are safe here. That night, Mira stayed at the temple until the sky turned deep blue. The nun did not rush her. They sat together on the floor, the lamp flickering softly, casting slow shadows on the walls. Fear is not your enemy, the nun said quietly. It is only energy that has nowhere to rest. Mira listened. Her hands were folded in her lap, her shoulders still tense. When fear comes tonight, the nun continued, do not push it away. Do not chase it with thoughts. Instead, place your attention on the body. The nun guided her gently. Notice where fear lives, she said. Not the story, the sensation. Mira closed her eyes. At first, her mind tried to explain everything. But slowly, she felt it. A tightness in her chest. A subtle trembling in her stomach. Stay there, the nun whispered. Breathe into that place. Let the breath be slow and kind. Mira inhaled, then exhaled. At first, nothing changed. Then, the tightness softened just slightly. Not gone, just less sharp. Fear fades, the nun said, when it is met without judgment. Like a wave, she added, it rises, peaks, and falls. That night, when Mira returned home, the fear still came, but something was different. Instead of bracing herself, she lay still. She noticed her breath. She noticed her heartbeat. She whispered silently, "It's okay to be here." The fear did not disappear immediately, but it stopped growing, and eventually, it loosened its grip. Mira slept, not deeply, not perfectly, but enough. Night after night, she practiced the same way. Sometimes fear returned strongly, sometimes only faintly. But each time, She greeted it with presence, not force. Over time, fear learned something new, that it did not need to shout to be heard. As you listen now, you may notice your own body becoming heavier, the breath slowing, thoughts drifting in and drifting out. If fear appears, do not resist it. Let it sit beside you. You do not need to stay awake for this. You can rest even while sensations come and go. In the next part of this story, Mira will discover that compassion directed toward herself is what finally allows the night to become gentle. For now, there is nothing to do. Just breathe. Just rest. As the nights passed, Mira began to notice something subtle. Fear still appeared, but it no longer felt like an intruder. It felt tired, as if it had been carrying something heavy for a very long time. One evening, as Mira lay awake, listening to her breath, she placed a hand gently on her chest, not to calm herself, not to fix anything, just to feel. The warmth of her hand, the rise and fall beneath it, and for the first time, a quiet thought arose. Maybe I don't need to be afraid of being afraid. This thought did not arrive loudly. It floated in softly, like a feather settling. Mira remembered the nun's words, "Fear is like a child." So instead of asking fear to leave, she spoke to it silently. "I see you," she thought. "You can stay." Her breathing slowed. The tightness in her chest began to loosen, not because she forced it, but because it felt welcomed. This is compassion, not the kind we offer others, but the kind we forget to offer ourselves. In Buddhism, compassion begins here, with the simple act of not turning away from our own experience. That night, Mira slept more deeply than she had in years. She dreamed gently, no sharp edges, no racing thoughts, just movement, soft and fluid. From then on, when fear visited, she met it the same way, with a soft breath, with a gentle presence, and fear, having nothing left to fight against, began to visit less often. As you listen now, you may feel the same softening. The body heavier, the breath slower. You do not need to understand this. Just allow it. Let the night be kind to you. In the final part of this story, we will see how Mira's relationship with sleep completely changes. Not because fear disappears, but because she no longer runs from it. For now, rest. Over time, the night became different for Mira. Not quieter, not perfect, but familiar. She no longer waited for sleep with tension. She no longer measured the hours or counted the minutes. When fear appeared, she met it gently. When it didn't, she rested just the same. Sleep stopped being something she chased. It became something that arrived when it was ready. Some nights, Mira slept deeply. Other nights, she drifted in and out. And on those nights, she did not judge herself. She lay quietly, feeling the bed beneath her, the breath within her. She trusted that rest takes many forms. One evening, she returned to the temple to thank the nun. "I still feel fear sometimes," Mira admitted. The nun nodded. "Fear does not need to disappear," she said. "It only needs to be met with kindness." Mira understood then. Sleep was never the goal. Peace was, and peace came not from control, but from acceptance. Story 2 ends here. Not with fear defeated, but with fear understood. As you lie here now, perhaps sleep has already arrived. Or perhaps you are still floating somewhere between waking and dreaming. Both are perfectly fine. There is no wrong place to be. In the next story, we will walk with a traveler who learned that letting go of control is the deepest form of rest. For now, allow your body to sink. Allow the night to carry you. The traveler who stopped holding on. There was once a traveler named Elias who believed that everything depended on him. If he did not plan carefully, things would fall apart. If he did not stay alert, something would go wrong. If he did not hold tightly, he would lose what mattered. So Elias held on to schedules, to expectations, to the idea that control meant safety. Even when he slept, his mind remained half awake, listening for problems that had not yet arrived. One night, after a long journey, Elias found shelter in a small mountain inn. The road behind him was dark, the path ahead uncertain. Exhausted, he lay down, but sleep would not come. His thoughts replayed the journey. What if he had chosen the wrong path? What if tomorrow brought trouble? What if he was not prepared? The more he tried to relax, the tighter his body became. So he got up and stepped outside. The night air was cool, still. Above him, the sky stretched wide and full of stars. Elias noticed something strange. The stars were not rushing. The mountains were not tense. The night was not trying to control itself. And yet, everything was exactly where it needed to be. He sat on a stone bench and listened, not for danger, but for quiet. A soft wind moved through the trees. Somewhere, water flowed steadily, without effort. In that moment, a thought arose, not sharp, not demanding, What if holding on is what keeps me awake? The thought lingered. Elias realized how much energy he spent trying to make sure nothing went wrong, as if life needed constant supervision. Slowly, he allowed his shoulders to drop, just a little. His breath deepened. He did not solve anything. He did not make a plan. He simply sat under the open sky and allowed things to be as they were. And for the first time in a long while, his body remembered how to soften without permission. As you listen now, notice if there is anything you are still holding. A thought, a concern, a sense of responsibility that does not need your attention tonight. You do not need to let it go completely. Just loosen your grip. In the next part of this story, Elias will learn what happens when control is replaced with trust, and how surrender can feel safer than effort ever did. For now, rest here. Let the breath move on its own. Let the night do what it knows how to do. Elias stayed outside until the night grew quieter still. Not because sounds disappeared, but because he stopped listening for problems. He returned to his room and lay down again. This time, he did not ask his body to sleep. He did not demand rest. He simply lay there, feeling the weight of the blankets, the steadiness of the bed beneath him. His breath moved on its own, in and out. Thoughts still appeared, but they felt distant, like clouds passing across a wide sky. Elias remembered something an old teacher once said to him long ago. "You do not need to carry the river," the teacher had said. "You only need to let it carry you." That night, those words finally made sense. Elias noticed how much effort it took to keep holding on, holding the jaw tight, holding the breath shallow, holding the mind alert. So he experimented. On the next exhale, he released just one thing. Not everything, just one small effort. His jaw softened, his tongue rested. Then on the next breath out, his shoulders dropped, and on the next, his stomach loosened. Nothing dramatic happened, but something important did. The body felt safe without control. The mind did not fall apart without supervision. Elias drifted in that space between breaths, sometimes aware, sometimes not. Time lost its shape. He did not know when sleep arrived. Only that struggle had ended. As you listen now, you may feel the same drifting. You do not need to follow every word. You do not need to stay awake. If you are still listening, let the words fade into the background. If you are already sleeping, let the story continue without you. In the next part, Elias will wake with a new understanding. Not that control is wrong, but that trust is deeper. For now, Let the breath breathe you. Let the night hold everything else. Elias woke just before dawn. Not suddenly, not sharply. He simply became aware that his eyes were opening. For a moment, he did not remember where he was. And in that moment, there was no tension, no planning, no urgency, just breath. He noticed something quietly remarkable. His body felt rested, not because he had slept deeply all night, but because he had not fought the night. As he sat up, light began to spill through the small window, soft, uncertain, gentle. Elias did not feel the need to rush toward the day. He moved slowly, naturally, as if something inside him had learned a new rhythm. He realized then that trust was not a belief. It was a sensation, the sensation of not needing to be in control to be okay. He left the inn later that morning with no grand resolution, no promise to change his life, only a quiet knowing that when the body is allowed to rest, the mind will follow, and that holding on is not the same as caring. Story 3 does not end loudly. It fades, the way sleep does. As you lie here now, you may already be far away, or you may still hear these words softly echoing. Either way, there is nothing more you need to do. Let the body be heavy. Let the breath be slow. You are allowed to rest without effort. Elias continued his journey that day, but something had changed. He still walked the road, still carried his bag, still faced uncertainty, but the tightness was gone. When the path curved unexpectedly, he did not resist. When the weather shifted, he adjusted without tension. He noticed how often life offered support when he stopped gripping it. A shaded tree at the right moment, a kind stranger's smile, a pause that arrived without being planned. Elias understood then that surrender was not giving up. It was giving back what was never meant to be carried alone. That night, as darkness settled again, he lay down beneath the stars. He did not rehearse tomorrow. He did not review yesterday. He rested, and rest came. Story 3 ends here. Not with certainty, but with ease. As you rest now, you may feel very far away, or you may feel close, soft, heavy. Let that be enough. As the traveler's story slowly fades, there is nothing left to follow. No road, no lesson to remember. Only the quiet feeling that comes when effort has been set down. Perhaps you can feel it now. That gentle space after holding on has ended. In that space, something else often appears. Not fear, not control, but a soft sense of aloneness, not the kind that hurts, but the kind that feels wide, silent, unfinished. Many people meet this feeling only when everything else has grown quiet, when the night has taken away distractions, when there is nothing left to manage. And so, before sleep carries you any deeper, let us turn gently toward that quiet place. The place where nothing is wrong, yet nothing is filling the space. This is where the next story begins. A story about loneliness, not as a problem, but as a doorway. A story of someone who stopped running from silence and learned to sit with it. Let the breath soften. Let the body remain heavy. And now, we move into story 4. The one who sat with loneliness. There was a man named Kieran who felt alone, even when surrounded by people. He did not lack conversation. He did not lack activity. What he lacked was the feeling of being met. During the day, he spoke when needed. He nodded. He smiled. But at night, when the world grew still, the loneliness arrived quietly. Not dramatic, not painful in a sharp way, just a hollow space, and echoing. Kieran tried to fill it. He filled his days with noise, his nights with distraction, but loneliness does not disappear when it is avoided. It only waits. One evening, unable to sleep, Kieran walked beyond the village to a small field where the ground dipped gently downward. He sat there, wrapped in his cloak, under a sky with no moon. There was nothing to look at, nothing to listen to, only the sound of his own breathing. At first, the loneliness felt stronger, like a shadow stepping closer when the light is removed. Kieran shifted uncomfortably. Every instinct told him to leave, to go somewhere, to do something. But he stayed, not because he was brave, but because he was tired of running, tired of filling space. So he did something he had never done before. He turned toward the loneliness. He did not name it. He did not analyze it. He simply noticed how it felt in the body, a heaviness in the chest, a quiet ache behind the ribs. He breathed slowly, without trying to change anything. In Buddhism, there is an understanding. Loneliness is not the absence of others. It is the absence of presence. And presence can be learned. As Kieran sat there, the loneliness did not leave, but it softened. Like a knot that loosens when it is no longer pulled. Minutes passed, or hours. Time did not matter. The night held him without asking for anything. As you listen now, perhaps you recognize this feeling, that quiet sense of being alone with your thoughts. If it is here tonight, You do not need to fix it. Just sit with it, the way Kieran did. Let the breath move slowly. In the next part of this story, Kieran will discover that loneliness changes when it is met with gentle awareness, and that silence can become a companion. For now, rest here. Let the body be still. Kieran returned to the field night after night. Not because the loneliness was gone, but because it no longer frightened him. He began to notice something. Loneliness was not constant. It shifted. Some nights it felt heavy, like a weight on the chest. Other nights it felt thin, almost transparent. And sometimes it wasn't there at all. Those nights surprised him the most. Kieran learned to sit without expecting anything. He sat when loneliness came. He sat when it didn't. He stopped measuring his experience. Stopped asking, "Is this working?" Silence, he discovered, does not respond to questions. It opens when allowed. One evening, as Kieran breathed slowly in the dark, he noticed a sound. Not from outside, but from within. The sound of his breath moving gently through his body. In that sound, there was rhythm, and in rhythm, there was companionship. He was not alone. He had never been. The loneliness he felt was not asking for others. It was asking for attention. When he offered that attention, something softened. The space inside him no longer felt empty. It felt wide, open, peaceful, in a quiet way. As you listen now, notice the space around these words. Between one sentence and the next. That space is not empty. It is holding you. You do not need to fill it. In the next part of this story, Kieran will realize that inner silence is not something created, but something revealed when we stop reaching outward. For now, let the night be enough. One night, Kieran did not feel lonely at all. He noticed this only afterward. At the time, he was simply sitting, breathing, listening to the soft movement of air through the field. The stars were hidden, the sky dark, and yet nothing felt missing. There was no sense of waiting, no urge to be elsewhere. The quiet around him matched the quiet within. He realized something gently. Loneliness had never been an enemy. It had been a doorway into presence. When Kieran stopped asking for the feeling to change, it changed on its own, not into happiness, not into excitement, but into stillness. The kind of stillness that does not need company, the kind that rests by itself. As you listen now, your body may feel very far away or very heavy. Let that be. There is no need to follow the story further. In the final part of this story, there will be no new lesson, only a soft closing, like night folding into dawn. For now, rest. Kiran did not mark the moment when loneliness stopped visiting. There was no clear ending, no final night. It simply stopped being important. Some evenings, he still sat in the field. Other nights, he rested in his home. The difference no longer mattered. Wherever he was there. Loneliness did not need to be replaced. It had been understood, and what is understood no longer demands attention. Kiran learned this. When you stop turning away from what feels empty, you discover that emptiness can be gentle, spacious, supportive. Story 4 ends quietly, like breath slowing on its own. As you lie here now, you do not need to remember any of these stories. They have already done their work. Let the words fade. Let the body sink. Let the mind rest in the space between thoughts. Nothing more is required. As the last traces of the 4th story dissolve, there is no need to hold on to anything that was said. Loneliness has already softened. Silence has already been felt. And now, even silence can be set down. Notice the quality of this moment. Not empty, not full, just open. In this openness, something very subtle often remains. A quiet sense of being, without direction, without effort, without needing to belong anywhere. When the mind is this still, questions no longer ask for answers. They simply rest. This is the space where the next story begins. Not with struggle, not with fear, but with a gentle curiosity about what remains when nothing is missing. Story 5 is not about doing. It is not about becoming. It is about recognizing what has always been here, even before the stories began. Let the breath move on its own. Let the body stay heavy. And when you are ready, without effort, we drift into Story 5. What remains when nothing is needed? There was a time when a woman named Sarah stopped searching, not because she had found answers, but because the questions no longer pulled at her. For most of her life, Sarah had been looking for something: peace, meaning, a feeling of arrival. She read, she listened, she reflected. And yet, even in quiet moments, there was a subtle sense that something was still missing. One night, long after the world had fallen asleep, Sarah sat by an open window. There was no intention, no practice, just the sound of distant wind and the soft rhythm of her own breathing. She noticed something then. There was no problem to solve, no self to improve. Thoughts appeared and faded without effort. Sensations moved through the body, warmth, weight, softness, and beneath all of it, there was something steady, unmoving, not exciting, not emotional, just present. Sarah did not name it. She did not claim it. She simply rested there. In Buddhism, this is sometimes called suchness, not a state you enter, but what remains when striving falls away. Time lost its meaning. Minutes passed, or hours. It did not matter. There was no one waiting for the moment to end. As you listen now, you may feel very little happening. That is not a mistake. When awareness is present, nothing special is required. Notice the simplicity of being here. The breath arrives. The breath leaves. You do not follow it. You do not guide it. It happens. In the next part of this story, Sarah will discover that true rest does not come from sleep alone, but from no longer needing this moment to be different. For now, stay where you are, or drift. Both are the same. Sarah did not try to return to that quiet. It returned on its own, sometimes while washing her hands, sometimes while walking slowly, sometimes while lying awake at night. She noticed how awareness was always here, before thought, before effort, even before the idea of me. Nothing needed to be added. Nothing needed to be removed. The body breathed. The heart moved. Life continued without instructions. Sarah realized then that rest was not something that began when she slept. It was something that never stopped. Sleep was simply a deeper expression of the same ease. As you listen now, there may be long pauses between thoughts, or no thoughts at all. Do not search for them. Do not check. If you are listening, listen lightly. If you are sleeping, sleep completely. Both happen inside the same awareness. In the next part of this story, there will be almost nothing left to say, only a soft closing, like a breath that forgets itself. For now, rest. There was nothing more Sarah needed to understand. No final insight. No moment of arrival. Life continued in the simplest way. Breath, sensation, stillness. She no longer waited for rest to come. She rested inside whatever appeared. Thoughts rose. Thoughts faded. Awareness remained. As you lie here now, words may no longer register clearly. That is fine. Let them blur. Let them drift. There is nothing being asked of you. No place to reach. No state to hold. just this, and even that does not need attention. Sarah did not mark an ending. There was no moment when she said, "This is it." The search simply lost its momentum. Like a wave that returns to the ocean without announcing itself. She lived quietly after that, not withdrawn, not distant, just present, without effort. Nothing needed to be protected. Nothing needed to be improved. Life moved, and she moved with it. Story 5 ends here. Not because something is finished, but because nothing more is required. As you rest now, you may notice how little is needed for this moment to be complete. The body is breathing. The night is holding you. That is enough. And now, there are no more stories, only rest. Allow the words to become softer now. Less important. You do not need to listen closely. Let the sound of the voice become part of the background, like wind, like rain far away. Bring your attention gently to the breath, not to change it, not to deepen it, just to notice that it is already happening. In and out. With each exhale, feel the body becoming heavier. The forehead softens, the eyes rest in their sockets, the jaw loosens, the shoulders sink, as if they no longer need to be held. The chest rises and falls without effort. If thoughts appear, do not follow them. Let them pass like distant lights seen through a fog. There is nowhere you need to go. Nothing you need to remember. Sleep does not need to be invited. It arrives when the body feels safe enough to let go. And right now, you are safe, supported, held. You may drift in and out. You may sleep deeply. Both are perfectly fine. Let the night carry you the rest of the way. May you rest easily. May your mind be gentle. May your sleep be deep and natural. Good night.